Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
When I drink, do 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 do. Yeah, it's working. The issue was that my computer updated, and every time it updates, my computer uninstalls a bunch of my software. It's a new Windows 11 feature where they uninstall your GPU every update. It's not a bug; it's a feature, right? It's supposed to do that when your computer updates. You're supposed to uninstall all of your software. It's supposed to deactivate all your webcams. It's supposed to make your mic not work anymore, and it's supposed to uninstall your GPU, right? Like that's just Adrenaline software needs to be reinstalled every 8 days, obviously. I have no idea what's causing it, but I've had this bug since I've got this PC that anytime Windows 11 updates, it uninstalls. Marquee, I would be using 10 if it wasn't for if this wasn't like a business computer for me. But I need the security benefits of being on the most up-to-date, or on a more up-to-date browser. Because I am not technical enough to really be able to keep outdated operating systems secure. It's not saying that it can't be done, it's saying that I'm not able to do it. So I unfortunately am in a position where I kind of have to use whatever just the new operating systems are. Because otherwise I can't, yeah. But we are back. We're back from Vegas. I have stories to tell. Vegas is not really a fun story when you're sober, but I had a good time. I think what I discovered about myself is I like betting on horses. Sounds like something is humming Morse code. Oh, well, that's the TV in the background. 1 second. That better? I can tell it's better because my audio is not jumping. So yeah, it was a lot of fun going out. Nice to see my brother get married. The only downside to the wedding is okay, I've been told I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but it's the truth and it's the guy's name. Midget Elvis was on vacation, so we had to get the wedding was done by regular Elvis. That was the only down part. The sad part is when we went to Little Whitechapel, you get the choice of Dwarf Elvis or regular Elvis to do the wedding. And some people have been like, Boneless, that's horrible. You're exploiting a person's disability. for gain. And it's like, no, this is a disabled person who wants to be an Elvis impersonator. You're obviously the bigoted person here saying that little people can't be Elvis. It's the same reason I love dwarf wrestling. You want to tell me you want to tell me little people don't also want to be don't also want to be pro wrestlers? These are things everybody wants. These are things we all enjoy doing. If you think that, these things, those kinds of things change it, well, no. In fact, it's a more inclusive environment. So this one was impersonating skinny Elvis, but he opens by saying, "I'm alive and well," because the Elvis impersonator is like only like maybe 10 or the impersonator we had was only like 10 or 12 years younger than Elvis would have actually been. Like we had like a guy in his late 60s. No, Elvis would have been older than that, but yeah, no, the guy was in his late 60s, so because Elvis was popular in the 50s and 60s, so yeah, I know. But yeah, he was really good. And the impersonator did a really good job. Like he was a really good singer. Boneless glasses. My glasses are in my bag from packing. But yeah, the Elvis impersonation was really good and it was really fun. And then we did a great slam. It was nice seeing all the cars, but seeing the house was weird. Appreciate it. We went to Hoover Dam while we were there. And discovered that I get air sickness if I have not slept. So we're gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna. This was also an important thing too. Is I gotta figure out how I'm getting to Eindhoven now because fuck, I could barely make it through a 3-hour flight. I don't really want to do like I'm a little nervous about doing 12. How about by boat? The problem with that store, because I live on the Pacific, not the Atlantic. So I'd still have to go around the Cape of Good Hope. And I don't really want to do that either. It was like it's dude, if I go by boat, I would literally have to sail the Cape of Good Hope. Better for air sickness. That's good to know, Marquis, actually. Because I've never had air sickness before, and I've flown lots of times. But it also lasted for 90 hours. So my air sickness only went away about 4 hours before I had to get back on the plane. So the entire time I was in Vegas, I didn't get to eat. So we went out and did things, but I also I had to go 4 days without eating. It kind of sucked. Barely do hours 4 hours stuff in my face. Yeah, I went 4 days without being able to eat because I couldn't keep food down. Honestly, I could barely keep Gatorade down for about 4 days. It was pretty rough. They called the paramedics on the flight because I guess my air sickness was bad enough. They thought I was having a heart attack. I kept telling them I was fine. And they're like, meh, meh, meh. Nice. It's good to hear, man. But yeah, it's we gotta get that figured out for Eindhoven. I'm gonna talk to my doctor about getting some Valium though for the flight too. Or potentially some beta blockers. I'm uncertain. Because like the air sickness is one thing, but I also like I've always gotten panic attacks on flights. So like I've always had to use like a lot of meditation and like white knuckling and such to get through flying. But lost in the world with 96 spawning incline. But yeah, I've got one model today. We're just gonna paint this Ogryn servitor today that I've been working on. He's gonna be final little addition to my squat prospectors. I'm painting an Ogryn servitor for Necromunda. This is the 2-pack. So this is the 2-pack for Necromunda. And these guys used to be in a. We were just listing some 2-pack, 2-pop. Oh, there's a band that I really enjoy that just uploaded a bunch of their music to Spotify, so we're gonna put them on afterwards too. It's one from your neck of the woods, man. Looking at the new 30K ones, but Stork, do you have a link for those ones? Because I love Ogryns. And I might buy a box of them. I love Ogryns. Here we got some Danish punk music now. Yeah, you can link. We're link friendly. Oh yeah, I'll buy that kit. Dude, those are perfect. I need those for Necromunda. Dude, they look like they look like miners. So good news, all Ogryn come on 50mm basis. So this guy's on a 50 right now. Or 42, sorry. This one's on a 40mm base, I think. Also, morning Helgrat. Hope you're having a great day so far. Or evening. I know it's pretty late for you right now. Great day. Should have been to bed about 4 hours ago, though.
Well, you know what? A good day but a late bedtime is better than a bad day and an early bedtime.
That's how I felt, at least in Vegas. And add a little bit of... But yeah, it's quite early there. So yeah, when we were... I'm also just waking up right now. I will have more energy to talk about stuff soon. We okay, so one of the fun things in Vancouver, Mark, what's going on? In Vancouver, the transit to the airport stops at midnight. The airport gate closed about 5 minutes before we got there, so when we were trying to figure out our plans, we had to sleep at the airport. We couldn't get through our gate, so we had to sleep in bag check-in. No, this is some Necromunda stuff. Working on some of my Necromunda. And also, welcome in Pigments. Hope you're having a great day so far. Vegas has definitely gotten expensive, though. Like, I remember being there 6-7 years ago, and like walking down the strip at Fat Tuesday, you could get like one of those large frosted drinks for $9, and an extra shot cost you $1. And like, again, I'm not much of a drinker, but people are always like, oh, well, in Vegas, the non-alcoholic stuff is the expensive stuff, but booze is cheap. And it's like, that's not the case anymore either. So you see my finished project? Maybe. Let me take a... Is it in Discord? Everything right now is a maybe because I've only been back in the country for 2 days. The Valkyrie. Let me take a look at this. We've got an animated beat. Ooh, nice sword. Ooh, that does look really good, Mark. I did see the Valkyrie. Oh, looks really good, dude. I like what you... They're a little bit off-center, but it's okay. That happens, and they will... The next ones will be a little bit better. Oh man, it's been such a fucking great few days. We came back, and our ceiling has a nice little bow in it, and there's nice like wibbly wobbly crack running across the roof now. Got the landlord down in here, and I'm like, dude, this is super obvious water damage. You can see where it's coming in through the external wall and causing the drywall to sag and bloat. And he's like, there's no water damage whatsoever. So I walked up and I pressed my thumb through the ceiling in front of him. And I was like, dude, I should not be able to I'm not that strong. Like, and then he started freaking out at us and yelling. So I got a recording of him saying I was wasting his money trying to get my building to be in, because I told them that I was like, if you guys don't have this properly looked at, I'm going to get it inspected by the city. And then guess what? This is a 200 unit apartment building. And guess, I'm not sure if you guys understand, but you guys have to pay double our rent if you have to put us up in hotels. So that's going to cost you guys $700,000 a month if you don't fucking get this done. So you could spend $1,500 and do the necessary repairs, or I can fuck you for $700,000 a month for the next year. I really don't understand why everyone picks fucking court cases. Why everyone's like, let's go to court. Let's go to court over it. It's like, guys, this is. I can't afford a lawyer. Do you think I go to court if I don't know I can win? Yeah, Stork. So it's the same thing, right? Like, that's exactly it. But they're not going to. I've already had the contractors come out and look at it. I had somebody inspect it before I even told them it was going on. Because I'm not the kind of guy that's going to fuck around on stuff like this. I don't pick losing fights. So if you know anything about Boneless, you'll know right away. I only get in a fight I think I can win. It's boxers are like that. We don't take losing fights.
So I had to send them an email threatening arbitration, being like, guys, you have 20. I'll give you 20 business days to resolve the issue before we go through with arbitration. However, if they do not reply to the email if they don't reply to the email by next week, I'm filing a lawsuit. Or I'm starting to file my lawsuit because they haven't even bothered the process. So, and it's considered now emergency repairs. So I'm actually giving them more time than I have to. I've already gone ahead and talked to the legal agency that handles that. It's like going out for rips, wobbly pops, and he's Looney Tunes as fuck. Pretty much, dude. Boneless is honestly a little off his rocker.
I don't think I've ever hid that though. Like I think I've always been pretty upfront. You graduated trade school today? Congratulations, Gunky. Dragging their feet. Learn. Stork, I'm glad that you get it. Don't know what the fuck to do now. Yeah, I'd say probably go work in said field. What trade did you graduate for? It's typically what IMT. I don't know what an IMT is off the top of my head. Or I don't know that acronym. Something mechanical technician, industrial mechanical technician. That would be my guess. IMT is big sciencey stuff. Industrial maintenance technician. I was pretty close. IMTs, you guys are you're the elevator people, right? IMTs can do elevator repair, can they not? And if just a quick thing, if you Krusty, if you want easy work that is huge fucking money, airplanes are good money. Believe it or not, apartment elevator technicians make stupid money. I got a cousin that's doing it. He's making fucking 200 grand a year. Just fixes elevators. I was told to pay. I did. You got the sheath for the Aragorn sword. I saw that. It looks badass, man. We're just working in a bit of shine, a bit of highlights. I think my coffee's done brewing, so I'm gonna go grab a cup of that in just 1 second here too. But yeah, Vegas was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to going back when I am in. Yeah, I got trapped in an elevator once. I did my old building. We had problems with the elevator. It fell. The elevator fell while I was in it once. That was the fucking scariest moment of my life, or like one of the scariest moments of my life. Yeah, there we go. Welcome in, Jinxie. Welcome in, Tickage. But yeah, the elevator dropped about a floor and a half with me in it once, and like that was horrifying. But yeah, we're back. We're back on my island. No longer in the Mojave Desert. And we are very happy about that. About to try that out right now. I popped in for both the Tinker Fairy streams. I wasn't able to hang out much because I wasn't in the country, but
My, what lovely feet.
I will exercise in just a second, Marquis. Just bear with me. I'll do that, and then I'll make a coffee, and I'm probably actually gonna use a washroom break too. But I got to catch the Tinker Fairy streams, which was nice. I had you open while we were waiting in line to get into Cirque du Soleil. Okay. We're going to do quick washroom, exercise, and coffee. Go back in, it paints in blue.
and tell some fun stories about vacation. I will be right back. All right, we're back. Exercise real quick. Ooh. Okay. We sit back down. Music headphones. You what? $10 shipping for $14 a paint? Ooh, you. Like $12 a bottle. Oh my gosh. So I think the worst part of Vegas had to be when I paid $10 for a single can of Coke. Because again, I was mentioned previously, my air sickness was pretty bad.
Or again, I don't even know if it was air sickness or if I just had straight food poisoning. It was kind of that. But my blood sugar had tanked really hard. And I needed something to bring it back up. And I was like, went into a store just to get a can of Coke because I'm like literally like shaking, about to collapse. And it was one of those times where I was like, dude, if I was not about to pass out from like low blood sugar, I don't think I would have done it. I was like, I could not believe it. But like, for people who drink, because everybody says like the thing at Vegas, right, is that like, well, it's like, oh, well, it's cheap to drink there, right? Like, no, everywhere has increased their prices. Like again, like at Fat Tuesday. No, this was for a 12-ounce can, so 355 milliliters. I paid 10 United States dollary dues for 355 milliliters. So Stulitzer, this was like airport prices and then double it again. But like again, the big thing on the strip I remember is like, you grabbing a frosted drink from Fat Tuesdays, right? Like I remember doing that, and I got this like giant ass frozen drink for $9 last time I was there. The same drink that was $9 was $45 this time. And it was $6 for an extra shot. So it used to cost $1 to get an extra shot. Now it's $6. My brother-in-law got a single Bloody Mary for $25 US. It was $25 for a Bloody Mary. Fucking $25 for a Bloody Mary. So the whole thing about how it used to be cheap to drink in Vegas, no, not anymore. Not anymore. One of the casinos got rid of free drinks for gamblers. So you don't get Fremont, for example, it's only on the strip. Only the Bellagio and Caesar's Palace were doing it. Planet Hollywood was not doing free drinks anymore. And when we were down on Fremont Street, the casinos don't do free booze for gamblers anymore, because I was gambling for 3 hours at one point and nobody took my drink order. Because I was betting on horses. Also, turns out I really, really love horse betting. Especially, like, they had, like, the analog, like, clicky-click horse racing game. That is, like, 10 people sitting around it, betting and screaming. Oh, my God. I was there for 3 hours, man. And it was good, too, because, like, it's the only casino game I didn't lose money on. I played for 3 hours and ended up $10.
We're just screwing around. I lost everything at one point and got down to $1.
And then won my way back up to where I was at. And then won my way past where I was at. Doubled my money. And then made one really big bet and lost a bunch of it. And I was like, okay, well, I'm still up technically, so let's just cash out now while I've won $10 off of 3 hours of gaming. And, like, realistically, the whole thing with gambling, it's, in my opinion, is, like, if you're having fun with a game like that, it's not really as much about the am I winning or losing money as it is the, like, I had fun while I was doing it. So I didn't really care that I didn't, win.
The fact that I was able to play for 3 hours on the same,
on the same $20 bill that I put into the machine. But yeah, if you're for LVO, the casinos were even making you buy your drinks while you were gambling. You'd get a discount, but they were still charging $2 drinks for even the gamblers.
I do know, but I will say I don't think I'm gonna stay at like I definitely won't be staying at the Mandalay while we're there, or if I go for LVO, which I'm putting more and more thought into. If I can sell a big piece between now and then, or if I can get like the Warlord Titan commission or like any of those like really big jobs, I'll probably I'll actually tell you, crossing through the airport this time felt very pre 9/11. Everything is being swapped to being done digitally and through AI now. So like customs, for example, was just like they took your word for it. None of my stuff I did not get searched going to Vegas. I did not get searched coming back from Vegas. They don't even stamp your passport anymore for it. Like you don't even get a passport stamp going to Vegas or to the States anymore. But yeah, that's the only way I knew how to describe it. Is I was like, it felt very a lot like traveling before 9/11 because like security was just actually super relaxed. I went to a fine arts museum where they had a Pablo Picasso and Salvador Dali exhibit. Um, everything was more expensive, or like everything was more expensive. My flight for SMC isn't even guaranteed, right? Like they've all. If we're getting into the like, I'd rather not get into that one too much because literally the airlines are not honoring tickets right now. So I'm still at risk that I could be told at any given moment I can't go to SMC. So yeah, like my ticket to SMC, they've straight up the airlines are now saying that like if the price of fuel goes up, you have to pay it again, or we'll charge you the what the new ticket value is. But that being said, we also have the worst form of algorithmic pricing possible in Canada, which is we have personalized pricing in Canada, which is a form of algorithmic pricing that scans all of your personal data to figure out what the maximum you're willing to pay is for something. So, for example, when we book airline tickets, we have to book them through my phone, not through my partner's phone, because the same flight will cost her $300 to $500 more than it would cost me. It should be, but we have no regulations against it. We're all cautious about SMC now. We're all waiting to find out if our tickets are going to go up. Like we're all waiting to find out about that. Essentially, is being like this could. But that being said, I will just straight up make the acknowledgement right now. If something happens between now and SMC that makes it so I can't go, I'll be at LVO. I am competing at a fucking high-end painting con this year. I've spent so much fucking time getting my models and my pieces ready for this. I will, if I cannot get to SMC, I will be at LVO. I'm going to I'm doing it but yeah. Vegas was very expensive. But sorry, yeah. So I went to a fine arts museum and pretended I had a bunch of money and negotiated
The pricing of a painting. Yeah, so Darius, the last time I was there was in 2019. I went right before Vegas, and it was fucking like it was dirt cheap still then though. Like that's what blew my mind is again I could not get over the fact that it's like we are going to be very positive. And that's also me being extra positive too, being like, no matter what, something good will happen for me. But yeah, I am very excited. Getting all my prep done, getting all my work done, getting all my models done. And yeah, so we went into this art museum and I negotiated. I was like, just like, she was trying to claim that her art was like super affordable. So I was like, fuck it, let's get into negotiation mode. And I'm gonna be honest, her and I have very different definitions of affordable, because I don't know that I would. She's like, oh well, I sell pieces to high school students and blah blah blah. And I was like, dude, what fucking high school student is buying a $25,000 Dali original off of you? I did get really excited. They had a couple they had some Rembrandts and an Albrecht Dürer as well. But I negotiated her down to the one that I wanted was 30,000. I negotiated her down to 12,000 before I was like, I'm gonna have to think about this, knowing actively I'm never buying this. Yeah, I'll definitely be thinking about that. Probably a student from Eton. I don't know what that is, Marquis. Rich ones that understand how good of an investment. She said high school students, not college kids. She said high school kids. Oh, that was it. I wanted to negotiate price, see how low I could get her, because my wife and I had agreed initially before she told us what the prices were. She was like, these are pretty affordable. And my wife and I walked around and we're like, okay, this one, and this one, if we can get them for under 500, let's fucking go. Like, we agree, my wife and I agreed that we were willing to actually pay $500 to buy a Salvador Dali original. Like, that seems like okay. So like that's kind of the thing where like if we had the money for it, we would have, but no, it was like, I don't have 25 grand kicking around. $500 I'd but but that was just it. When she was saying high school students, I was assuming, okay, under 1,000. But yeah, I was pretty pleased with that I got the price down as far as I did. And then it was funny because she's trying to explain to me how, like, she's like, well, it could be more expensive by the next time you come here. And I was like, that's how art works, dude. Dali's dead. He's not making any more paintings, man. They're not getting cheaper. Like, I'm an artist. I understand how posthumous works. Every artist understands that the wealth will exist for their family and their kids, not for them. I'm probably never going to be a wealthy man, although I do hope to leave behind enough art for my kids to be. And then the other thing, we wanted to go and see Verko's Vault, but it's not opened yet. And I don't know anyone who knows him well enough to be like, hey, can Boneless come to your house and see your stuff? So I know like one person that knows him, but not well enough to be like, hey, can you ask if I can go over to his house and see his like millions of dollars worth of models? I want to see the world's largest miniature collection. Like, I want to see the world's largest painted mini collection. It's opening in February? I think so. I think he said, I think last time I saw it was between October and February. But, that's also one that I might... Hard to say the painted word. But it's that's one where, again, I might actually, again, that's something I might keep on my books for, like, trying to go down for the grand opening. All depends on where my finances are at. But I'm trying to, you know, I try to keep, like, I've been finding myself thinking a lot lately that it's like stuff like that's just really good for me professionally. You know, like it's LVO is a chance to like meet really cool and talented artists. It's the same thing with going to those types of museums and being able to attend those types of events. It's just a chance to meet people and a chance to talk to people who are accomplishing incredible things. Oh, hello, you Peaky Blinder. Where's my Pterodon Turquoise? I think that's what I'm going to use here. Ooh, Rocky 4. It's a primitive task. Bleeding is a frustration. Is it east versus west? A man against man? Can any nation stand alone? Fun fact, filmed in Colorado. For those of you that don't know, they don't actually go to Russia. Russia is filmed in Colorado. Okay, now I'm going to take a Pterodon Turquoise contrast paint, and I'm just going to pull it over all of these blue gloves to kind of, or all the blue areas to kind of smooth, soften everything, bring all the colors into each other, and we can re-highlight if we need to. Knows it's you against you. It's the paradise that drives us all. Hope you're having a great day, Bat. We are going to keep working on the... How was the vacation? Vacation was good. Vacation was good. It was really nice to see my brother-in-law get married, honestly. Like, it was the first time him and I ever really connected. Him and I have never really had a great relationship. But, recently, when stuff was going down with the farm, he kind of saw that, like, his parents were being kind of shitty to me. My in-laws were being kind of shitty to me during all of that. And he got involved in a way I wasn't expecting him to. And yeah, meant a lot to me. So it was really nice that he was kind of like going up to bat for me. And yeah, it was really good to be at his wedding. You know, it was small. There were only a few of us there, and they wanted to just have like a nice little quiet elope. And he also knows what I do for work now. My brother-in-law actually knows what I do now, We don't normally tell people about my work, mostly because most people don't believe it's a real job, and a lot of my partner's friends have been really, really shitty about me being an artist. Again, just a lot of people don't seem to understand that it's like, okay, like you do understand I actually do get paid doing this though, right? Like I'm not just painting toys on the internet, guys. Like I do make a paycheck. It's not a huge one, but I do get one. You know, so it's always awkward for that bit of like, so he actually knows what I do now, which is cool. And we were telling him about Eindhoven and going to compete. And I showed him the Goblin. And it was what was really cool is they thought the Goblin was digital. Everyone thought that the Goblin and Astaroth were digital paintings at first. I had to explain to them that these were physical miniatures. I was quite proud of that. That they were because I got the good black. I figured out how to get the blacked out backgrounds now, and I'm all excited. And they're like, are these digital? These are like digital paintings, right? And I was like, no, dude, this is a physical thing I painted. And I like because I'm not big on digital art for myself. I love how silly the outfits. Officially too good at painting. It is all. It's an active job. You can't just sit still reading your phone at a gas station, running the register once every third. It's right. You know, like I will be honest. And I appreciate you saying that, Stork, because like I work harder here than I did at any retail job I've ever had, because I have to manage the retail sales as well as the business side of it, as well as the lessons, as well as the content production. And it's like, it's funny you mentioned it that way. Darius, I hope you have an amazing day. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope you guys have fun working on the railway with the kid. Loved building model trains through the garden with my grandpa. But yeah, it was really good. And so we're back. We are enjoying what we do. But I'll also say too, like the one thing here when I mentioned that like we don't mention what I do a lot of the time. Partially we will. We'll usually just explain it as I'm an artist. And then whatever they say next, we'll usually just say, yeah, exactly. So whenever I tell people I'm an artist, whatever they answer back to me, I just tell them, yeah, that's what I do. Oh, you paint canvas like Bob Ross? Absolutely. That's exactly what I do. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you the fucking 80 different kinds of paintings that exist. I'm not going to try and I don't have the time to give you a fucking fundamental 101 here. I'm just going to say, yes, that's what I do. Got 1,000 points of Necrons, some Red Corsair Marines, Huron Blackheart, and the Maelstrom. Ooh. Well, I think it's really going to be what you feel like painting. I know that, you know, like they don't give you the green tubes anymore, so now is a great time to start learning how to do different colored energy effects if you ever wanted to do something different with your Necrons. But yeah, it's been good. Yeah, when people ask what I do, I have different answers based on their age. If you're under the age of 30, or if they're under the age of 30, I just tell them I'm a Twitch streamer. Or I'm a content creator. Content creator and Twitch streamer are two of my go-tos. I don't like influencer. I don't view myself as an influencer because I'm not trying to influence anybody's decisions on what they should and shouldn't be doing. I'm just a paint teacher. I'm just an online art teacher. I'm just a content creator. I have opinions about things, but don't let them affect yours. But yeah, it's our first stream for Pride Month, so I figured it would also be fun to come back in and work on the Squat Allies color scheme. Happy Pride Month, everybody. These are the Squat Allies. Or this guy, the ogre in here is part of my Squat Allies, which is how we picked their color scheme. And here the boneless Bible of some is just sent to the print. Damn. I'm also going to say, too, like, I can say that all I want, but I also do understand anytime that you are doing content creation, you are going to be influencing people in some way, shape, or form, whether or not you're even trying to. So that is also just part of being a responsible content creator, is accepting that even if you don't want to be an influencer, you technically are. That's kind of my stance on it. Because we're in ad jail, so I'll give everybody here a little bit of a fun one. Because yeah, like I've been that's typically my stance on it is if you're gonna make content as your channel gets bigger, which it will do. If you keep making content, you will eventually see success. It really is just kind of a thing of keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. I'm starting to see the smallest modicums of success from it. And it's not because I'm the best painter in the world. It's not because I'm the funniest guy in the world. It's not because I'm the best streamer in the world. It's because I'm consistent and I keep doing it. That's really all it comes down to, is that I have an extremely consistent schedule. Minus the fact I'm just coming back from vacation. Bad word of inspiration. Pretty much. It's people who and again, it's not a negative thing in any way, shape, or form. It's just that, in my opinion, it's important to acknowledge that I will, even if indirectly, have an impact on how people view or see things. And I need to wield that power responsibly. Fun fact for those of you that don't know, this is a Fleetwood Mac cover. Said Wednesday evening there's sure gonna be a fight. And somebody's gonna get their head kicked in tonight. Best Fleetwood Mac song. It's only on their B-sides. It never got a popular release. It's the cover of the Fleetwood Mac song, Somebody's Gonna Get Their Head Kicked In Tonight. The song's called Somebody's Getting Their Head Kicked In Tonight. Really, again, not what you think of would a major improvement on the original. I never heard of it, only know the band, of course. Linux, it is not a well-known song by them. It really, I mean, just hear that song title in the chorus and understand that it's like, that's really not what people think when they're thinking Fleetwood Mac to begin with, so... But yeah, Marky, I agree with you. The Murphy's Law version is definitely the better version. But most people think that Murphy's Law wrote the song, despite the fact that it's at least in the it's just, I found that to be a funny one because Murphy's Law will get credit for the song Somebody Get Their Head Kicked In Tonight, in the same way that Johnny Cash will get credit for the song Hurt. Spezzy, funnily enough, that was kind of my guess. Mostly because my stepdad also likes Spezzy.
Can't get it here, though.
I know there's one drink, or like there's one German liqueur my stepdad loved. You can't fucking it's a fig liqueur. It's almost like syrupy, but it's like a white liquor. Comes in a small bottle. I just know it's a German fig liqueur. It's the premixed cola. Yeah, I was gonna say it's the premixed cola in orange juice, right? It's okay. Every culture has their drinks that seem strange to everywhere else in the world. As long as you're not a pilk drinker, we're fine.
Anybody who unironically likes pilk can leave. Because you know what I'm thinking when I'm drinking my Pepsi is, you know what this needs? Milk.
Like what? Pilk. It's a mixture of pilk and or it's a mixture of 50-50 whole milk and Pepsi. It's a thing in the States. Yeah. Why ruin milk with soda? Why ruin soda with milk?
It was funny because Pepsi even tried to market Pilk as if it was going to be the next big thing, up to and including there's a commercial of Lindsay Lohan having to drink a nice glass of Pilk on Christmas, except she takes one sip of it, and in the commercial, the best I swear it's like a McDonald's CEO bite of the burger. Like it's a big bite for a big man. Lindsay Lohan sips that Pilk, and I swear to God, the stuff that woman's put in her mouth, that's the only thing that I think has ever made her look like she was going to throw up before. Okay. Marquee, that's different. Because what you're talking about is called a float. Float, okay, like a Coke float, well, not really what I would consider like an optimal float flavor. You know, like a Coke float, that's less of a big deal to me. I'm personally more of like, I would rather have root beer floats or like, you know, an orange float. Ooh, orange floats are the way to do it. I don't use it as drain cleaner because it encourages fruit flies to, or it helps promote fruit flies living in the drains. But yeah, I think that was the part of that commercial that makes me laugh the hardest. I drink Coke every single day. It's my vice, honestly. I drink Pepsi, but it's my thing is when I quit drinking alcohol, I started having like one can of pop a day, and it is I mean, like most things in life, everything is about moderation. You know? Is it good for you? No. Is having one a day gonna kill you? Absolutely not. You know, it's about moderating. And work on that receding hairline a bit. Boneless. Fair enough. I enjoy it. Not heresy. I will not recant. And there we go. I'm gonna give that a moment to try. First up the sweet, second bubbles. I'm no fan. Fair enough. I like bubbly drinks. I think that's a big part of it for me too, is that like, especially because I don't drink, like giving up beer was a hard one for me because I love beer. I drank a lot of beer, and I really love the bubbles. Like there is, in my opinion, nothing better than the burp that comes with a beer. There are not nothing, but there are very few things in life better than the burp that follows a beer. Yeah, see, it's funny because in Canada we're taught very like refined sugars. We're taught very different stuff about there. Good example of it is when I was in the States recently, right? Like when they're when they're trying to do my rehydration.
American paramedics will tell you not to give a person who is in shock and going through severe dehydration. They tell you not to give them sugary rehydration. In Canada, you're taught to do that. You're taught the opposite. You're taught give them sugar. When a person is that sick and everything, we're taught up in Canada, we're taught that the sugars will actually help the body absorb the water faster and bring the water to the muscles where it's needed to be, because you're getting the sugars to help stimulate. You get the sugars, you get the salts, you get the electrolytes, you get your potassium, you get everything kind of working together, and it helps your body distribute the water where it needs to go. Whereas in the States, they tell you to load your potassium, your electrolytes, your sodium, but they tell you you're not allowed to have sugar, which is quite interesting, because in Canada, when a person goes into shock, you're supposed to give them sugar. If you don't have electrolytes, you're supposed to just start dumping sugar in their mouth. Essentially, like, the first thing you do is if a person starts going pale and into shock, you give them a juice box. So it was really funny because I went somewhere where the medics were taught the direct opposite information to what we're taught here. And then I tried using their method and it didn't work, and then it didn't work, and then it didn't work, and then I reintroduced sugar to my body. Refined sugar is fine. When a person is in shock, refined sugar is more than okay. And also, this is Canada, dude. Juice boxes are just pop. A 200 milligram juice box has 33 grams of sugar in it, man. A can of Pepsi has 41 milligrams of sugar in it. The ratio here is actually juice has more sugar than soda. But it's funny, as soon as I got sugar back into my system, I started to stabilize. When you're in that condition, anything is better than nothing. So is Canadian, Marquis. Canadian sugar is also just corn syrup. Again, I just thought it was interesting because their first aid information is directly opposite to our first aid. And I did learn when I did our first aid, what they explained to us up here is that when the science is not 100% for first aid, different regions of the world get sent different information to then do little bits of sociological tests and see which areas end up with the lowest mortality rate due to those issues, and then they go, okay, that's who's doing it right. But that's why CPR all over the world is different, and it's only recently that 30 and 2 became the standard. I learned the first time I learned CPR, it was 15 and 4. I mean, it's the medical. Yeah, exactly. That's how 30 compressions, 2 breaths. 30 and 2 is what we do in Canada. "30 compressions, 2 breaths. 30 compressions, 2 breaths." You need to keep their heart beating at roughly 60 beats per minute to keep the blood pumping to the brain effectively. Again, that's what I was taught. That is not a thing here. You're only allowed to skip the breathing here if you don't have a spew mask. So if you don't have a spew guard, you're not supposed to. You're just supposed to run chest compressions. But here in Canada, once you start CPR, it's illegal to stop CPR. So we actually have laws surrounding the fact that once you start, you can't stop. Once the CPR has begun, it needs to be continued for 30 minutes before it's allowed to be stopped. Unless the person comes back. It's not like you're going to keep fucking hammering their chest while they're breathing, going, stop, I'm breathing. But yeah, we do 30 and 2. Got lost here too.
Yeah, the 30 is hard because it's or being able, most people are not actually able to perform CPR for 30 minutes, but you do need to be able to do it for at least 10 minutes. So if you have never had to do CPR before, I highly recommend that everybody in here practice it at some point, because even 10 minutes of CPR as a fit athletic person is hard. Like, just trust me when I say, like, I'm a pretty fit, pretty athletic guy. 10 minutes of CPR is fucking hard. So I recommend anybody who's never had to do it, you practice it at some point in your life, because it is a skill you will need to have. Usually, so that Marquis, that's why you have to go for 30 minutes, but you need to be able to do 10, because it will take 10 minutes for the fire department to arrive. You need to be able to hold down you need to essentially be able to continue the CPR until the fire department shows up, which is why 10 minutes is... Ooh, Satan. Good choice, though. But yeah, that's exactly it. It's typically... And then once that happens, and once the fire department shows up, then you work 5-minute intervals. I've had to do first aid a couple of times. It's never fun. But yeah, it's kind of just, it's one of those ones where it's like a lot of people don't realize that it's just so much work. Also, if you ever have to do CPR on a person, be careful. Like, obviously, it's normal to end up hurting them or, like, doing some damage, but, like, you'll hear some people say, if you're not breaking ribs, you're not doing CPR right. And it's like, that's not true at all. You can absolutely do CPR without breaking a person's ribs. It's common to break a person's ribs, but it's also very, very common not to. It's more of a coin toss, right? But if you're under the mindset that if you're not breaking their ribs, you're doing it wrong, chances are you're just pushing too hard. That's again, what we were taught in first aid is like, yes, their ribs will break sometimes, but like, yeah, the person's ribs might break, but if you're going about it with that mentality, chances are you're just pushing too hard. Because it is also, like... Oh gosh, I remember once I had to do baby CPR once. That was the worst one. Or sorry, not baby CPR, baby Heimlich. I had to do infant Heimlich once. That was the fucking worst one I've ever had to do. Nothing, because an adult choking is scary enough. A child choking is very scary. A baby choking is fucking the worst, though. So, I'm gonna refill my coffee really quickly, and then I'll tell that one when I get back. So Dan, I wanted to be a paramedic. Like I've talked openly on stream lots of times about how I wanted to be a surgeon. But then, my wife asked me not to do that because she didn't want me to go through the schooling of, 10 years of school plus then another 10 years to pay off my medical debts. Almost, Marquis. Almost. You put their... Okay, so I'll show really quick. You lay them down your forearm, so you'd have essentially one leg going over either side of your elbow, and you want their whole torso going down the forearm with your hand helping support the head. You point them downwards like this,
And it's a one motion. It's once. And you have to fucking hit the kid. And it's horrible. Like I tried a couple light little smack, trying. And then I had to fucking boom, and a whole orange shot out of the kid's mouth. Like a whole mandarin orange shot out of a baby's throat. Exactly. But the whole orange shot out, and then the kid's crying and blah blah blah, and it's like I felt horrible. But it's also, again, you got to understand that it's like you have to come at it with some force. Someone who choked on a chunk of a sub when I was 8, 12. Yeah, it was my ex's kid. And that's honestly like exactly what you just described, Dan. She had that moment of like she was trying, but I don't think it fully clicked with her how hard she needed to fucking whack them to get that thing out. I only ever choked once, but I was like 20 when it happened. And it was because I ate an entire slice of prime rib in one bite. It's because I tried to swallow 6 ounces of prime rib in a single go. I got it up on my own, thankfully, by doing the stomachs, or by doing like the chest hammering too. And it came up and it was perfectly fine. So I just made sure to cut it back into smaller pieces before I finished it. But I do explicitly remember, because I didn't actually get sick when it came up. Like, it just like came back out of my mouth because it was just blocking the entry to my throat. And I was like, all right, let's try this again in smaller pieces. That's good on your uncle. This is kind of like a fistful size bite down. Yeah. I eat way too I take really big bites even as an adult, and like I gotta be careful with that stuff. I think like choking is probably one of my bigger fears, because it's a legitimate fear to have. That's so lucky. Oh, dude, that's totally normal. That's 85% of the time that's what happens.
And as confirmed by our man Small Parts Sharp Points, Paul Mackenzie, the most Scottish man alive,
Despite the fact he's a Canadian man role-playing it being a Scot. As confirmed by the Scots, this is the most Scottish man alive. I'll sit better cried the town. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. For 20 brave men, all fishermen, who would make for him the Antelope's crew. God damn them all. I was told we'd sail the seas for American gold. We'd fire no gun and shed no tear. But I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Does any of the Americans in here know what privateering was? Any of you guys know what what privateers were? And the wooden scuppers with the shakes and the jacks, god damn them all. I was told we'd sail the seas for American gold. We'd fire no gun, shed no tears. What song artist is this? This is... Okay, so Brammer, welcome in really quick. This is Barrett's Privateers. And this is the real Mackenzies. And I'm typing it out for you right now. And the original is done by Stan Rogers, another famous Canadian folk singer. Privateering is back in the 1800s when our countries were still at war. We did that 1812 in the Civil War. Yeah, Dan, you know all about it. We used to hunt. We used to just go out hunting American ships. And it was perfectly legal to do. Yep, I'm glad that Dan, I'm really glad that you got that one. I do like talking about those little tidbits every now and then. We did other stuff that time. War, some more war. Yeah, someone paying to fight for us? Hell yeah, we still do that. Well, I mean, the privateering was fun because we were just allowed to rob the ships. So I'm not sure if you guys know. Canadian civilian, it was a lot of the privateer ships were civilians. Like it was privateering in Canada was just kind of piracy. It was just kind of legal piracy. This is the best way to understand. Privateering is just legal piracy. Adopting new people, you mean? Although, you know what? I will say, I take while I talk about that, my family had not immigrated to the country yet at that point, although I was still American at that point. If you do it to your enemy, it counts as legal. Exactly! Exactly. So we used to encourage civilians to go out and try and rob American merchant ships in the St. Lawrence and all across the eastern seaboard. With that, I could throw some. I'm gonna throw some Stan on as well. I didn't wear real Mackenzies, but I mean, I'm also not feeling this one, so we're just going to skip right into the one I want. And anybody who played Assassin's Creed Black Flag might also not know that this is a Canadian song. Greatest Canadiana singer of all time. He passed away very, very young.
Just honestly, he's one of the greatest.
I mean, like him and Gordon Lightfoot. Gordon Lightfoot's a national fucking treasure too. Okay, I need to go grab one of the squats because I can't remember this old Maui from the Dreadnoughts. The Dreadnoughts covers it. So the Dreadnoughts cover off of Legends Never Die. They're local boys. I know them very well. They do. This is the Dreadnoughts do a cover of the Stan Rogers song. They do a couple Stan Rogers covers. They do this one, but we'll go into the Dreadnoughts one afterwards because that's hell yeah. You know what? We'll just I'm gonna put the Dreadnoughts on after this because one of my favorite bands. Now their big brown eyes look out, hoping some fine day to see our baggy sails rolling for the gale, rolling down to old Maui. This is the Dreadnoughts version. Do you have a Spotify? This is just my mixed, or this is just my like songs. I could probably make one at some point. But with that in mind, actually, like now I'm definitely just in a Dreadnoughts mood in general. So our mainmast sprung, our whaling done, and we ain't got far to go. 6 hellish months we've passed away on the cold Kamchatka Sea. But now we're bound from these Arctic grounds, rowing down to old Maui. Yeah, they've got a lot of energy. I've seen them a few times. The highest energy band I've ever seen perform. Charlie Tuna from Jurassic 5. Again, I've said it, everyone who knows the stream knows who's the greatest performer. Ooh. So I like the Irish themes. However, one of the things about this is that this is less Irish and more the stuff that we've been doing here is less about the Irish Celtic roots and more about Canadiana. So it goes very specifically into the culture and roots of Canada as a country, where we come from, some of the and the cultures that make it up. So it's kind of it's similar but also quite different because it's the whaling in the Kamchatka is actually that's a thing that happened with the tribes from where I am. Like I'm from the West Coast. Native maids, them tropical glades is awaiting our return. I will rant and roar and go ashore. I'll paint their beaches red and awaken in the arms of a Wahi maid with a big fat aching head. You wrote music playlist about that. Well, right now we're going into the Dreadnoughts. They are one of the current bands that really covers a lot of that. They're kind of, I would say they are one of the modern bands that has done a very, very good job of carrying that torch forward. But yes, they're such a high energy band too. I've got my nose broken twice at the Dreadnoughts. Seen them 3 times in 2 of the shows I got my nose broken at. Like, smack. One of the times it happened at the beginning of a 3.5-hour set, so this was supposed to be their farewell tour. It was when the singer went off to go and finish his PhD, or went to go do his PhD. So they were going to be like, they weren't sure if they were going to keep the band going. It's insane. But literally, within the opening riff of the opening song, a stage diver steel toe boot just caught me square in the schnoz. And then funnily enough, now we have the Dreadnoughts covering Stan Rogers again. This is also a Stan Rogers cover. And this song is very much about the country's history. And the long forgotten lonely cairn of stone, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin. Taking a helmet to the next show? Nah. Just, at this point, my nose has been broken so many times, it's just, it's just mush anyways. Between growing up a punk rocker and boxing for sport or boxing for a hobby and just being a dipshit in general, there's not a lot of cartilage left up there. Watching cities rise before me, but behind me sink again. This tardiest explorer driving hard across the plains. It is also, like one of the key things this song kind of goes into. Karn has a kill counter, Boneless has a nose break counter. 8. The answer is 8. I've had my nose broken 8 times. So at this point, it's really not that bad when it happens. Oh, hi. Oh, hey guys, guess who's coming to say hello? Behind the wheels, the mileage clicking west. I think upon Mackenzie, David Thompson, and the rest, who cracked the mountain rampart and did show the path for me to race the roaring Fraser to the sea. For anybody that doesn't know, by the way, any advice when it happens? Your eyes are going to water like... The first time it happens, your eyes are going to water like crazy. You're not crying. It's not like a pain response, but you're going to lose your ability to see. Once your nose is broken, you cannot blow your nose because it will create pressure in the sinuses and force the blood behind the eyes. If anybody wants to know what that looks like, there's a great video of Cowboy Cerrone doing it, and then both of his eyes just go and swell shut. Like he literally blinds himself in both eyes doing it. By the way, you have the same shirt. Nice. Good old Staples special. When am I so different from the first man through this way? Like that settled life and through it all the way. Sorry, yeah, so going back there, I know a lot of people look very negatively upon like a lot of the explorers and the portagers and the colonials, but I know people look at David Thompson very differently these days, but like he was a fucking madman. Do you guys understand that he had to free solo the Rocky fucking Mountains? Play some Red Dead 2. Enjoy, Brammer. Hope you have a good one. Just for a moment, you got to consider that man had to free solo the fucking Rocky Mountains. Just like people don't realize that like those men had to climb glacier. He was a Canadian explorer, David Thompson. Him and Fraser. What is? Come on, give me a second. 1 second. It's named after. So it was David Thompson and Simon Fraser. And they were Canadian explorers who cracked the mountain rampart. Their thing is they cracked the mountains into British Columbia. So they're the ones who opened the prairies to the west coast by figuring out the path through the Rockies. In the in like the early 1800s. Portagers, if you don't know what it means to portage, it's a French term. Because of course we've got the blended language here. It was essentially they traveled by river, but also there wasn't always river to travel by, so they would then run with the canoes on they would then run single file carrying the canoes over their head until they could get to another body of water, to which then they would row again. So they were called portagers because they would literally fucking it's French term, although there were English portagers. Like Simon Fraser and David Thompson are both English. Pretty sure one of them is Scottish. But they had to climb some of the craziest mountains possible with a fucking canoe. There are stories that they may have packed their canoe up the mountains. Because they didn't know what was going to be on the other side. But they were searching for the Northwest Passage. We're going to skip that one. Let me build it. Oops. But yeah, it's a lot of our history is involving trying to most Canadian history up until like all pre-Confederation history and a lot of our post-Confederation history is the land grab, the treaties, the search for the Northwest Passage, and the ongoing wars between the colonies and the Americans. Part of the reason we were in desperate search of the Northwest Passage is our government believed the only way that Canada would be able to be its own safe nation is if we managed to get a railway running the entirety of the 49th parallel to ensure that we could mobilize troops anywhere along the border to prevent American crossing.
Now it's a long way to Kelowna, and I'll walk the whole night through just to be the one.
Just not really happy with the skin tone on the face right now, so I'm just going to glaze a bit of color in.
And that's actually looking way, way better. I don't mean to offend you
Or speak out of place. I don't want you on my conscience. I want you on my face.
Said, whoa, I gotta see you. So bring me knockout gold. 36, 26, 30 fucking 7. For the night alone, I know, 'cause we're going home. Whoa, whoa. For beauty, for her, and beer, the Hauntress is here. Okay, and then hilariously, because I know we've been talking about lots about Stan Rogers here,
Then here is also another Dreadnought song. This one's not a Stan Rogers cover. This one is them just singing about how important Stan Rogers is.
Victoria to Pharaoh Marble Town.
Oh, also, if anybody is in here really quickly, who doesn't know about Nipplegate, we got to do something. We got to do something for our boy. We got to do something for our boy. I noticed this guy has a nice exposed one. So let's get in here.
Let's get in here. Oh yeah, let's give him big fucking plonker.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be this is gonna be an aggressive nipple.
This one's for you, Pascal.
It feels like I nips out. Feels like I'm in low frames right now. The footage looks really good, but does it look like it's in 30 FPS to you guys? Just curious. Because I'm one highlight.
Get that last little bit of a.
Yeah, I think that's good. Nice little 3-tier highlight for that. Definitely makes it pop out just enough that you can tell he's poking a nip. I think I can bring some more color into that though. Maybe a bit of Fire Slayer flesh. Get some bit of a brown color.
Just I need to make sure that it's reading as a different color from the
Like his nipple has to read different than the pink armor, or else it's gonna look like I got paint on his chest, not like he's got a something straight out of National Geographic happening. Curse upon your name. I should probably go through and do all the metal bits at some point, eh? Might not be a bad idea. Seeing as they're just literally not even base coated. Huh. Okay, well, while that's drying, I'm going to go through. I'm going to come in with a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of ivory. It's quite thin on my brush here. But I don't do a lot of display 32 mil stuff, so this is me. And it was funny because like right before I went on vacation, Pascal and I were talking about that, and he was like, "Why?" And I was like, "I don't know." And I had reasons, but then it was kind of funny because he was just like, why though? He just questioned me enough times that like when I came back, I was like, maybe I should actually work at trying to paint like a really fucking high end 32 mil piece. So
That's what we've been doing. And quick heads up, ads hit 30 seconds. I'm just going to be layering up some thin highlights along the edges of areas, trying to get bright transitions.
He hits you with the hard questions. He just literally, honestly, I think it's his working with, I think it's him working with children, because he just asks you why. It doesn't, no context, nothing else. It's literally, he hits you with just the fucking elementary school why. It's like, huh, fuck, I didn't think about that. But most of the time, he usually just asks me why I think that, and I'm like, I can't explain myself well enough to realize that I'm like, huh, this might just be an uninformed opinion that I've brought myself to because I. You know, I just had the thought, and I'll wait till we get back from ads for this one, because now I was like, this is actually a good thought. As I like sit around, I've always thought about going back to school a few times, and I just had like an idea pop into head. We will see you when you return. Interesting song. Thank you. It was a polka. Yeah, so now that we're back from ads, I know I've talked about like thinking about going back to school, different things I could do. Just had the thought, one idea popped in my head, and it's like, what if I tried to become a doctor of miniature painting? You can get art doctorates. I'm like, I don't know if anybody currently. I know there's one person there's officially one person who's the world's first doctor of Warhammer lore. So somebody has completed a doctorate on Warhammer lore, which then got me thinking that I was like, are there any doctors of miniature painting? And if not, like, what would be stopping people from becoming one? Ricky? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean when you say Bricky. In the Belgian streets, it was an endless riot, and you would not deny it. To see my brother lay so low, and how that blood ran thick. Through the ancient forest, to the ones that came before us. But it's always been the fucking same. The bullets whistled out her name. Hydrate, nerd. I just hydrated. Do it again. Didn't see. There you go. Now you see. But yeah, I've been considering, like, if I go back to school, I'm like, I could try and become a doctor of miniature painting. then all of you would Warhammer guys, some good videos, once the fact. I don't know if that's who it is, but is he but I know it was an actual like an actual university sponsored it, everything, so it's like an official doctorate that this man has. But yeah, I thought, I don't know. I think becoming a doctor in miniature painting would be really cool. You are back. So yeah, that's kind of just the thought I'm having is like, if I go back to school, that's also an idea. So it's like I could try and do a doctorate in miniature painting. I don't know if I don't know if there is one yet. And if y'all think I'm pretentious now, just you fucking wait. Gotta stop wearing a cap when you go shopping? People not recognizing you, or you losing the hair on the top of your head? But the other cool thing about I'm kind of having with that, like, is the thought is if somebody, for example, did actually do miniature art at the level to get their doctorate, that means I would also then be able to teach university level miniature painting. I would be able to run a college course on Warhammer painting. I could do a whole ass course on bust painting. Like that's the flip side of it. Is it's just like the thought that I was like, if you did that, I would then it would be really fucking hard to do. But the flip side is then I would be able to have insanely specialized knowledge, and I'd also probably be I'm gonna be honest, I'd probably be a bit of a ridiculous professor. And I had a couple profs that were just like, I really like him. He's kind of quirky. I don't know that I'm learning a lot, but I like him. Does anybody else have that when they were in uni or college, or that one professor? It's just like, I really like them. I don't think I'm learning anything, but I really like them. That was the course on postmodern feminism taught by like 60-year-old man. It was a course on postmodern feminism it was like a 60-year-old white guy teaching it. And it's just like, I enjoyed the course. I liked him a lot. I don't feel like I learned much. I don't feel he was the most qualified guy to be teaching the class. He was great. And like he was enthusiastic, but it was just one of those things where he was lacking a level of personal experience that really made him qualified to teach the subject. And that's when you guys can all laugh at the moment that, yes, Boneless took a course on postmodern feminism. Why not? You ever wondered why I can talk about so much random shit? I didn't really know what I wanted to do in my first year of college, so I took a bunch of shit. So I did open studies my first year and then committed to history, econ, and French in my second year. And then dropped out after my third.
Also, Jinx.
Piercing the big piercing con in Vegas was this weekend. The safety one that we were talking about. What's it called? Yeah, they were all getting in when I was so it's APP, yes. Association of Professional Piercers. Yeah. So APP was this week, and it was really funny because they started flying in while I was leaving, and one of the key things I actually noticed when I first got there is I fully understand what you were saying now about body mod culture in the US being nowhere near as progressive as it is up here. Because it wasn't until, like, the only reason I knew APP started is because all of a sudden on the Monday, about 200 people with face tattoos just all showed up at the same time. I had not seen a single hand tattoo in Vegas the whole time I was there. That blew my mind. I went fucking 5 days in a busy city, or 4 days in a busy city. I didn't even see a hand tattoo. I saw maybe 3 men the entire time with visible tattoos. I looked like a fucking freak show. Right up until right up till the APP started, people started rolling in. I looked like a straight up freak show walking down the street. Like, I looked like... So it was really interesting. Hand, face, and foot tattoos are illegal by law here. Not that it don't happen. Don't you guys have protections in place, though, for religious tattoos? And, I was gonna say, but don't you guys don't you have, like, I thought you guys had exceptions as well for, like, religious tattoos and Asatru tattoos. Get felt normal for a week. They try to make tattooing. I do know that you have to have a bunch of surgical, or like you have to have a bunch of ridiculous licensing. APP was interesting for that reason, right? Like, because believe it or not, again, Jinx, like, if you're ever up in Canada, if you're ever in Western Canada, if you ever have to have a layover in Vancouver for some reason, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Like, it's just, you know, it's kind of like Portland, where just you wouldn't stand out. One of those kinds of places where, like, but even the smaller towns here, like I live in a fairly small town by all people's considerations, and again, like, face tattoos are not that taboo. I know plenty of people with them. We joke that when people, me and my tattoo artist make fun of people who call hand tattoos job stoppers here, because of the fact that people like us paved the way so that way they wouldn't be. Him and I actually would, like, laugh at people who would call them job stoppers, because we're like, buddy, this has no fucking impact on you whatsoever, because unlike a lot of places, a bunch of us here pioneered the fucking way and forced that cultural acceptance so you could follow in these footsteps. But it ain't going to impact your careers the way it impacted us. You know? And it's the same thing too. Like, I also do know, like, we've also talked the flip side of it. Well, I'm a big proponent of body mod, all that. I've also seen people who took it way too far and got into the playing, you know, who's the biggest freak in the room game. And they all did it thinking, you know, blah blah, and none of them are happy. None of them are happy with the life choices they made. So as well, you know, while I am a big proponent of all of this, I'm in my 30s. Nothing on my neck, nothing on my face, nothing on my head. I got my hands done, but, you know, I got a lot of time to fill up a lot of skin. And a lot of people make really, really, really big decisions. There's a hat on your head. There is a hat on my head. A lot of people will make really, really big, impactful tattoo decisions way too young. There's no rush to fill your body up.
In fact, that's something I want to advocate really quickly. If you're into tattoo cultures and you really love tattooing and you love getting tattooed, slow it down. Because there'll reach a point if you're going too fast where you're not going to be able to get any more work done and you're going to fill up, or you're going to have to start pushing into areas you don't really want to get done. So it's important to just take a breath and slow it down. Go your whole life to fill yourself up. See, so many kids that are like 20, 21, and they're just covered up to like their necks and ears, and it's like, buddy, you know, do you want to? It's like, do you really want to have to go through lasering to be able to get a new tattoo? For me, and again, I've said I like going once a year. This is the first year I didn't go on June 9th. In fuck me, actually, this has been 9 years. This is the first time in 9 years I haven't gotten a tattoo on June 9th. For those of you that don't know, June 9th is the date my brother passed away. And he was part of the reason I got really into tattoo culture. So in order to have a positive association with that date rather than a negative one, and a way to always think of him in a positive way, when that day rolls around, I go out and I get a tattoo done. This is actually the first year I did not do that in 9 years. And that's because it's because I made the choice this year that going to my brother-in-law's wedding was more important, because that was another way to create another new positive memory and new positive association with the date as well. So now when that date rolls around, it's not just the date I get tattooed, it's also my, I have the association tied to my brother-in-law's wedding now, so. Okay, we're gonna do some bright green energy stuff. Aren't you quick look at that? Exactly. Honestly, if you have a community, yo, I really like the start of your Satan there. Lennox, you're up in your game, buddy. So for starters, what I'm going to say is I really like that you're taking a way more painterly approach and starting with more color than I've ever seen you start from. You're definitely like, I just, that's what I'd really like to start by saying is you've got a really nice underpainting going on there, and you chose really, really good color, and that's not something I've seen from you before. So I'm really, really pleased to see that direction. I'm really excited to see how Satan goes along too, because like I've done a couple crons. Do I have them handy? Oh, they're somewhere. Fuck it, I'll find them later. I've done up a few Necrons. They're not my favorite to paint, but it's because most people don't paint them in an interesting way like that, so I'm gonna take a little bit of my ivory. So, okay, 1 second. Segard wants to come say hello, boys. And I want to move him because he's laying under where the ceiling is collapsing. So, what's coming up? Yeah, I mean that's a good way to go about it. I haven't been out in a while. I probably should. 2 colors, canvas, warpstone glow on the energy parts, planning to the size like the actual brown metal stuff. Just bear with me for 1 second. I'm gonna go. My baby.
you have anything else you need to say? There we go. He needed to come say hello. Do, 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 do. And da, 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 da.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. This is
You
too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
It is so loud in my new headphones. Yeah. Also, it's too warm for the hat. You guys got to stare at my balding ass hat. I'm sorry. Yeah, you get to stare at the receding hairline. I swear, it was. Some days it looks better than others. Today is not one of those days. What did I need to do? I needed metallic paint. That's what I needed. We are the men of sweat and steel. We are the men the world's denied. But now we walk abandoned fields beneath these foreign skies. We're gonna join this bitter test. And though some will break and fall, well, there's nothing here but happiness and duty's restless call. All right. The land to the edge. Blue new hair on, dude. I would if like I'll. You would not believe how many fucking ads I get for turkey hair now. Like I keep getting, I cannot go on any website without getting like ads for all-inclusive packages for fucking turkey hair. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not even gonna tell you when it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna tell you guys I'm going on vacation. I'm gonna come back a week later with thick fucking luscious hair, and we'll all know. But like, it's gonna be it'll be just like when all the Hollywood actors disappear for a couple months, then come back with thick hair again. Got the because like I'm already doing the double whammy right now, and it's like I've already got the Nioxin Rogaine combo, and it's been helping. But I've also had to I couldn't bring my stuff on the plane, so I had to go a week off. So my hair's looking a little bit thinner than it should. And now we're going to go through, grab all these areas that need to be painted metallic. Probably should have done this way, way earlier in the process, but sometimes you got to live dangerously. Painting metallics right next to finished details just to feel alive. Just so I can feel something. Yeah, mine is... It's getting better. It's getting better. I'm hoping by SMC I should be able to have, like,
Like I'm hoping by around then it should fill back in. Because typically it takes about 1 year or 1 to 1.5 years on minoxidil for it to start to actually work. Also, that box of 30k Ogren Servitors, I'm probably gonna have to buy that. It's like they understand exactly what I want. Always. More Ogrens. That's when I will say this, guys, when they re-release the Ogre tribes for Old World, I will swap over, or I will start putting together an Old World army. Once Ogre Tribes gets the full release and gets the re-release, and we start getting, maybe the pirate models and the actual, necessary models to build a fun Ogre force. My cats are being weird. I mean, they're being cats. Yeah. Yeah, I've been losing mine since I was about 20-something. I'm gonna be honest, I'm only just trying to hold out long enough until I can grow a full beard. I just don't think it's fair that I have to go bald before I can grow face, or before I can grow a full beard, That's the only thing I'm really holding out for. I don't want to look like a giant baby. And there we go. Does anybody know what happened at the Bay of Suvela? It's a fun World War I trivia question. What happened at the Bay of Suvela? Anybody knows? Well, how you doing? What's your name? Hey, where you from, sir? Welcome to the last domain. Welcome to the Psalm, sir. 59s for 7 days with flares upon the 10th night. Jesus help the man who strays into the black and white. Worms are in our carrion bread, rats are in our water, so be merry or so be dead, we're back into the slaughter. She don't care the colour of the blood, read between the lines, sir, follow me into the mud. It's shut the time, sir, now. Walk into the... it's about the Gallipoli campaign.
The Bay of Suvla was the initial attack of the Gallipoli campaign, where General Stopford got an entire battalion of Anzac troops massacred because he refused to call in artillery on the beaches and get supporting fire due to the fact he was having tea. So he sat down for tea time and let an entire battalion get killed in the fucking water so he could enjoy tea time. That's the Bay of Suvla. It's considered to be one of the greatest military blunders of all time. If anybody doesn't believe it, straight up look up Bay of Suvla. Suvla is S-U-V-L-A. But yeah, that was the first attack of the Gallipoli offensive, and he fucking botched it so hard that a lot of people died. Because he wanted to have tea. Did you know his father well? Were you both at Clifton? And did you play beneath the boughs of his daddy's linden? But now he's face down in the ground, turning into dust, sir. Who gave him the final round? Who did he trust, sir, now? We walk into the black and white. Come underground. Gallipoli was, the Gallipoli campaign was not a success in general, but... Come to me this day, I am just the middle farmer's boy. Jim Wilson is my name, and I've been out hard with the devil roans, but I'll never go again. And yes, I know my duty, sir, and I know the God I serve. I think I was explaining this on stream recently. Does anybody know what the favorite weapon of the Canadians during World War I was? I think I've explained that one before. See if anybody remembers what the Canadians' favorite weapon during the First World War was. Shovel. Damn straight, man. Damn straight. You guys are going to pass my history class in no time. This is great. It's held up underground. This is a whole war album. It's just not a happy one. And when it all was finished, I just turned away in fear. Bless me, Father, and hold my hand until the dawn comes near. Well, I wish I was back home in Bristol again, raising a cider with West Country men, rolling in the arms of that fair Katie Wren. Back home in Bristol again. Back home in Bristol again. It's one of the old songs. Drink up these ciders, lovely ciders, for tonight will merry be. It's over. The corns have cut and so be we. And a couple more lines in here really quick. This has been fun to paint today. I hear the party coming now. Arrest me from my cell. Oh, Father, don't you preach to me or speak to me of hell. Just deliver me a little song and that final taste of rum, and tell the buggers who shoot me down just where old Jimmy's from. The album literally ends with having to face the firing line because basically the Canadians that far too much, hence the mass. Yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, man, it's funny. It's historically based on the Canadians in SS officer uniforms. It's just a hybrid of they combined. It's a combination of World War II Germany and World War I Canada.
Bit of a weird faction idea, but I'm okay with it, you know. But I mean, the Cadians are also based on the Canadians. In the whole Cadia stands thing and their unbreakable spirit when it comes to war. That's why if I ever paint anything Krieg, we will be doing them up as redcoats.
Gone for so long, our rations are low, sleepless nights under gray skies are going to show.
Okay, I'm even playing with like a green energy effect here for a bit. Let's rinse my brush out. Use something very low light fast. Paint them like Canadian horseback. Yeah, RCMP. That's what that's why I said I paint them like the redcoats. It's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We don't actually have a police force. We have a cavalry. You can also call them the Mounties. Or Mountie. A Mountie or the Mounties also refers to it. I wonder if someone here knows the song. I do know. It's a great song. It's about Mengele. They came under a lot of flack for it because of the fact that two members of Slayer, kind of notoriously behind closed doors, held pretty intense white supremacist beliefs. So there's kind of always that underlying issue when it comes to Slayer, especially when they did their Minor Threat cover and changed the song Guilty of Being White into Guilty of Being Right. They've kind of had a notorious issue, and like there's lots of issues of lots of white power dog whistles in Slayer music, unfortunately. Like an unbelievable amount. It's unfortunate. I try to look past it, but it's one that gets to me a bit. Like I don't know. It kind of bugs me that it was one that people just seem to completely. I don't know. Sometimes it's it's like, you know, if it was a little bit, or like if it was done kind of more tongue in cheek, like Lemmy, like yeah, Lemmy took it a bit far at times, but you know, at the same time, it never felt tongue in cheek when they were doing it. It never felt like they were making a social commentary. It felt like they were just trying to use the imagery to try and insert some fetishization of their ideology. And again, you don't have to agree with me on that one. And this is not me saying people can't listen to Slayer or enjoy Slayer. It's just that kind of why I don't really care for it. Yeah, a lot of metal can be weird. I do like a lot of metal though. Oh yeah, we've got Slayer has, and that's exactly it too. Like Slayer has some great music. I just like it's again specifically the song "Angel of Death." I take, yeah. That it represents the opposite of their ideology. The fascist black flag of anarchy is not for their filthy hand. Oh, these guys, this is also the reason I know how to yell "No surrender" in Danish. This song is it's the reason I do know "No pasarán." So German Rammstein, yeah. Well, I would say like Rammstein again, very different because like you've heard their interview. Let's throw on a perfect. It'd be crazy old Danish because it's not Danish. What language is that? Huh? Oh well, been wrong before. Fuck, where is it? Yeah. White boots. I'm not skipping this though, so you guys can wait until Judas Priest is over. Rammstein's are only like 2. Dude, what about Equilibrium? Germany is like, I mean, dude, you guys have Wacken open air. But I think the reason I find like one of the things I find very interesting is like with Rammstein is they talk about like again specifically they're quite interesting because they have their East German roots, which they've again talk about in some of their like they sing about in some of their music. And they also talked about several times in interviews about how it leaves them in this weird position where they identify as German, but they also don't fully relate to the experiences and the lives of most Germans. But then they also identify like they're in a weird position of identifying with both their original upbringing and their Eastern Europe and their East German roots, which leaves them kind of feeling like a bit outside to the rest of the. Yeah, but it's also swapped because now East Germany is AFD, and I don't want to get into that on stream. Because there's no way I can talk about that without getting angry. It's just a topic. It's not a topic I can do calmly. Rock am Ring, which is in Nuremberg for 3 days. Bands like Iron Maiden, Offspring. Like, yeah, nice. Bit more of a rock fest. By crucified steel, evangelizing. Judas is rising. And there we go. And Metallica looked like they were ready to find a one-room apartment during that concert. I don't know what that means, but I like that expression. And there we go. I'm from Germany, so I can say it's still split here. This is Rammstein now. What song? This is Moscow. It's one that kind of just, again, I think is interesting because this is, again, the one where they're kind of talking about how they have an extremely weird but important relationship with the city of Moscow. Mm. And Boneless is also my neighbor. Moscow. Javier. We're back into just the mix of music's meow. Just throwing shuffle on. And there we go. I feel like the face is starting to look okay. I just I'm going to some Finnish music too. For me, it's like it's always going to be hip hop and punk because like punk music is just it's where I grew up, right? I can't say it was always like good times or great life choices, but it's what I knew, and it will always be a very important part of my life. Kunia, 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 emanala kunia damena. Kunia, kunia, kunia. Hey.
And I'm just bringing some more highlights in on some of the blue stuffs. Okay, let's keep going. Going down between my brothers and I. I don't want no war. Going down tonight. Oh, I'm so happy to be back from vacation. I think Cirque du Soleil was going to be something that I'll say. If anybody gets the chance to go and see it, it's great. The only thing I got to complain about is like when I went, it's like every time they needed audience participation, I don't know why they always picked the guy wearing the wire. You know, like it seems unfair that it just so happens that they always picked the guy wearing a wire. That and the humor is very French. I don't know how else to explain it. Very, very French. This is coming from a Canadian, and I'm being like, dude, like French. Got a pretty high tolerance for what isn't French humor. Yeah. But with Cirque du Soleil, I found like the comedic parts were my least favorite part. The music was incredible. It was like honestly like Expedition 33 in real time. People say the French don't have humor. French wine is arrogant frog. I mean, I'm not saying the French don't have humor. I'm saying their humor is very, they have a very specific kind of humor. But it's how a lot of Canadian humor doesn't land outside of Canada. You know, I don't expect you guys to watch the movie Strange Brew and understand why it's funny. I can't figure out what to do. And yeah, I would again. Man, I'm from a French, like we've got lots of French culture here, which is why I'm making that comment, being like, I was like, yeah, you know, it's very French. Is we say the same thing about the Quebecois. Okay. Those gloves are starting to look pretty good. And now I'm going to go into my final highlight layer. Clean the brush out so that it flows nicely again. Give it water, last color dry brush. I'll start with contour. Let me see, once you get your last color put down, let me see what it looks like. And there we go. And there we go. I've got that kind of reflective blue. Excuse me. It's looking fun. We're going to do more with it, but I'm also going to take a very quick pee break. So, 1 second. And I also got to grab one of the reference models so I can have the color scheme in front of me. And we're back. Took a quick look at the references, and we are going to paint, I guess. It's probably a good way of phrasing it. Where the fuck is my colors? I need something. I need an intermediary tone. If I knew where my heavy metal was. Ooh, really good Canadian heavy metal band. One of my favorites. Oh, here's heavy metal. Excellent. Found that while I was looking.
Rise, my son. It's the time. And we're just kind of highlighting our pink or the metallic areas. Trying not to flood any areas we don't want flooded. Being kind of controlled with our application because things are a little bit more painted than usual right now. Feel the might of Carthage. Oh, Drunky's awake now. Bear me. And there we go. Bringing in that second highlight color. And then I'm going to go one brighter. Yeah. And like such, we're just getting through all the metallic bits.
There we go. Ooh, I think we all know the words to this one. Dry brushing's done. Ooh. One more layer of white.
Let me take a look in just a second. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is older than the trees, younger than the mountains, flowing like a breeze. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Gather round town. Lady, stranger to blue waters, dark and dusted, painted on the sky, misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eyes.
And that's looking quite well, shiny.
I hear the voice in the morning hour, she calls me. Radios remind me of my home far away.
Okay, let me rinse my brush out. I'll take a quick look at that. And then we get into the next shading step and then some final highlights. And then I got to figure out the face because the face is just not looking as good as I want it to. Ooh, it's quite nice. You could definitely go one brighter just towards the top and create a little bit more. Debating to watch a movie. Ooh, what movie are you thinking? Oh yeah, it's definitely we are gonna knock everything back a bit. Thinking. It needs to dry. That's really just it. So once it's done drying, what we're gonna do? Stick my Yeah, definitely bringing some brown in around the lower part of the foot. That's a good idea, Man.
Maybe I'll actually bring a little bit of orange in there too. Here we go. Start up a nice...
Shorzy, you ready? Give your balls a tug,
Holy
tit fucker.
fire
You
them.
going?
What the...
Frankie,
Hello,
you ready?
everyone.
You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
Thumbs,
Good,
boys.
because you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Holy fire them.
Good,
Welcome
'cause
in.
you're fucking going. Yeah. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys. I have the longest raid alert. I love it. Welcome in. Holy fire them. My name is Studio Boneless. So what were you working on today?
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
We are working on an Ogren Servitor. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having an amazing day. We are link friendly in here, so if you want
You
to...
look like a cut of
Hello, Soggy
fuckable
Bog Witch.
meat. Are you?
We are link friendly in here, so if you want to show up what you were working on, or just let me know, what were you going on with today? I'm just painting up an Ogren Servitor right now, doing up kind of some Pride Month colors for my squats. Just having some fun. Mr. Pascal has been asked me recently why I don't do any display work for 32 mil, and I had to have that moment and go like, I don't know. So now we're doing some display 32 stuff. So welcome in, everybody. If you don't know, my name is Studio Boneless. I am a miniature painter. I do this for work. Love to see a little rock and stone action. Rock and stone. Here, we'll get a little extra rock and stone in here for you, Tom Click. We love our rock and stone. So we're working on...
You look like a cut of fuckable
Miss
meat.
Butts, thank you for the
Are you?
follow. I appreciate that a ton. So yeah, we are working on the Ogren Servitor. Anybody as well wants it?
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
Thank you for the follow, Tom Clicks. I need to adjust my audio levels right now because that is so loud because my new headset. Because I'm
You
hooked up.
look
Thank
like
you
a
for
cut
the...
of fuckable meat. Are you?
Thank you, V Loves Pink. So we are essentially, I do commission painting. I am a full-time painter. I do mostly Warhammer. I've got a couple clients. I do a lot of army painting, batch painting. We're having a good look that booms through the apartment. Long explanation. I used to have a no swearing rule on the on my stream. And that was part of, like, again, in addition to when I got the sexual content warning and I changed the thing for that after I had that rage moment. That's also part of why that's my alert, is because I used to have a no swearing rule. I used to keep my content so fucking PG. And I went to do exercise because somebody did the exercise redeem and my feet were in frame for about half a second. And I got a warning sent to my email for sexual content with the exact moment of my feet being in the frame. And after that, my villain arc started. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got a sexual content warning because my feet were in frame for about 2 seconds while I was doing push-ups. And after that, I just went full-blown villain. Feet are always the beginning of the end. So that's again just a little bit of a side note on that. Again, man, I used to not even allow swearing in the stream. I for the first I think 5-6 months I did this, I would it was that was hard to do. So I'm coming through right now. I'm gonna bring in a bit of I think a Black Templar here. Just bring a bit of contrast over everything. Kind of find those nooks and crannies that we messed up, and then we'll come back through, reapply one more layer of highlight, and don't be worried if your paint smudges or if it's not fully dried, and it just kind of, because then you're just going to end up getting a bit of a wet on wet anyways. So what that means is if your paint starts to pull around, mix around, whatever, doing things that you don't... Welcome in, Jace. Hope you're doing well today. So yeah, we're back from Vegas. We are back. I paint minis on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. I mean, I also paint on other days, but those are the days I do them live. And we are... I like to think chaotic chill vibes. I think chaotic chill is kind of the... Yeah, go ahead. We are link friendly. You can throw that in chat. If it's through GoFundMe or something, I do have to say just no weird links. So as long as it's not a as long as it's a very specifically like GoFundMe or Indiegogo or like one of the large ones, just no yeah. Yeah, go ahead. I don't see an issue with that at all. Yeah. And honestly, usually if it's involving, you know, a sale or anything, or if like anything like that, just ask. You know? Like, I don't mind if people plug their shit. We're all artists here. A lot of us are struggling. A lot of us try to make a living doing this, and it's not an easy living for anyone. So, you know, like, I'm here to help promote everything. Perfect. That's honestly, Insta's one of the better ways to do it. Oh, and yeah, and Falling Freely's liked that too, so that's perfectly good. Okay, yeah. Just also like I'm seeing the list of content creators I know who have liked that post. That's just like one of those things. I was like, yeah, that seems super duper. Like thank you for sharing that. It was funny. I didn't really realize the color scheme I'd picked at first for my squat prospectors until somebody commented to them that they were the... Steph, she does, honestly. Such an amazingly wonderful person. An extremely, extremely practiced artist. And so wholesome. Always, always an extremely positive person in the community. Also, yeah, welcome in, everybody. Holy Fired, do you have any photos to what you were working on today? Or if not, do you want to just drop a link to your Instagram so I can give you a follow? All right, also, going to make sure, I don't know if I'm following you, so I'm going to throw you one back so I can pop in for a stream sometime. Because we got to support the artists. I'd love it if you just a link to your Instagram would be absolutely fantastic for anybody in here that does not know your work. I definitely know how it goes after streams. I'm a raid and run kind of guy. So. No, they boofed him? Oh, dang. Yo. Okay, I'm bringing the snurgling up really quickly. I just need to bring that on screen. I love that so much. That's so good.
orange is a very challenging color to get to read correctly without it reading as too yellow. So that's really fun. And Nurglings are just such tiny little guys. Oh, that's so good. Oh, he is cheeked up. That's awesome. That one is great. I love Nurglings. Silly models are my favorite models. For people that don't know, like Horseman Corpse Dude. Or sorry, Man Horse Corpse Dude. For those of you that don't know, it's the Bretonnian model of 4 men pretending to be a horse while parading a corpse around on a stick. It is incredible. I got to paint the Grail Reliquary for one of my clients earlier last year, and it was such a joy. Would absolutely do it again. Love orange in my channel. So, pink is my big one. Do you do much tabletop or strictly painting? So for gaming, I play skirmish games because I don't really have the time to do armies because I am an army painter. So when I do commissions, I don't do a lot of display commissions. I'm not the guy you go to for when you want your hero or your champion painted up. Like, you know, like again, there are better painters than me for that. Go hire Jinxdart, go hire, you know, Falling Freely, or go hire, you know, somebody who can do really fucking good character art. Exactly. Army painting is its own can of worms. So that's the thing, is I can produce armies to a fairly high standard at a very fast rate. So for example, like this is I think a 3-4 hour paint job. It's 5 including basing and all the final airbrushing we had to do at the end. But even something like that, like that's... Something's going to look great on the tabletop. Really fun models, but you know, I'm producing, you know, 700 plus models a year, right? Or like I did 713 models last year. Yeah, tabletop plus. That's right around where I like to paint them too. It's the, in my opinion, Tonklix, that's like your perfect gaming standard for an army. It looks really nice. And I try to keep it somewhat affordable, so being fast is a big part of it. Normally, people shouldn't really care about how long it takes them to paint things, unless it's your job. If you are getting paid to do it, then it becomes a different story. I personally don't think people should rush the hobby. But if it is your job, again, there's always that layer. And that's kind of nice with that bit of washout. I'm going to bring some more highlight in, and then I'm going to bring in an orange tone to, again, just get a bit of visual interest in the metals. Because right now they look fun and interesting. We got some highlights going on. They definitely stand out, but we're lacking that kind of final oomph. Exactly, Tong. And then there's also that element for me of I have to call things done. There is a certain point of, you know, I could paint something for 100 plus hours, and I have models that I've painted for more than 100 hours that I still haven't called done. You know, like let's take a look at the one that I've literally been paying for lessons for this guy, or while I've been working on this one. And that's it's not done yet. It's probably going to take me another 30, but I think I've got between another 30 and 50 hours worth of work to do on that one. Holy Fire, I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that we get the chance to pop in and see you sometime soon. I really appreciated that, and that was a really pleasant surprise. Thank you for being the first raid of my vacation return. We're first day back after the week off, and you're the first one to pop in. So thank you so much for that. And I will take good care of the class. At least I'll do my best. So it was really, really a good couple. It was a good week. Again, it was really nice to see my brother-in-law get married, and like to really kind of improve my relationship with him. But also the fact that like he thinks like he actually is, again, he thinks what I do is fucking really cool. So which is, again, interesting because, again, depending on age, I really can't even tell most people what I do for work. Holy Fire will be streaming at 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. Okay. So that's 11 p.m. How long do they normally stream for? Do you know how long the stream goes for? Because we actually might be able to raid in, depending on. Oh, it might be into it. Got sidetracked and drilled more holes so you can hear the speaker better. Jinxed, the fact that you've turned your model into a functioning music box, usually 2 to 5. Excellent. We should be able to pop in for the tail end of that. Absolutely should be able to pop in for that. Also, it's really funny. I actually have one other friend who uses the screen name Soggy Bogwitch. But it's one of my real life friends. So if your first name starts with a B and your last name starts with a W, hi. If you're BW, that's really funny. Yeah, you know, you use the same name as one of my real life friends. That was their Instagram handle for a long time. Hide your bones. Welcome and salam. How are you doing today? Shine is looking great. Yeah, so the flight to Vegas, we missed our I'm taking very exactly. I'll that again, that's why it confused me for a second there. I was like, I'm pretty sure that was their got to see your 1.5-year-old niece. I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I had a really nice time with my family, or visiting for the wedding. We're currently dealing with some silly stuff now that we're back, such as the fact our ceiling is collapsing, and the landlord says we're being frivolous. The landlord said trying to replace the collapsing ceiling that is like literally the wall and the roof are showing signs of water damage. They're calling it a frivolous waste of their money, so we got to get that addressed, but it's okay because we have one-party consent laws where I live, so I recorded the entire conversation without him realizing. Hey, Tong. We have one-party consent laws. I filmed it. I filmed myself being able to push my thumb through the roof and then him saying that's not water damage. I was able to just press my thumb. Same here in Ontario. West Coast. Or sorry, East Coast. Gotta love how, like, I think all of Canada has one-party consent. Although, yeah, it's, I'm gonna say if you're from Ontario, you were probably able to tell I've got a West Coast accent, though. It's not that right now. Pretty much just got some caveats. Yeah, we've but it's the trick is anytime your landlord is telling you something that is very blatantly dumb and illegal. Yes and no. So the problem is we have to go through the residential tenancy branch, which is supposed to be a neutral. It's supposed to be a neutral arbitration, but it's not actually a neutral body due to the fact that they can push trials at a rate that there's no legal aid for the tenants, but the landlords are allowed to provide. So essentially, the landlords can show up with lawyers. And you can't really, so you need to be positive you can win when you go into it. Yeah, Salam, that's a completely different. That is a completely different rule. One-party consent is only for recording a conversation. You cannot release unless it is filmed on public grounds. So, like, if it's filmed in your business, you technically can, but it's a really bad look for your business to release security footage like that. But yeah, BC is pretty awesome. I love living in BC. I think especially just it took a couple, like, being in Vegas for those couple of days, you just nothing is green. Exactly. Yeah, here the other thing is I've already called the the other thing too is I've already called the RTB and confirmed with them, and also had one of my buddies who's a contractor come over and confirm the damage before I did anything, because again, I know better, so it's yeah. But yeah, that's we've actually got really good protections. Yeah, and again, the state that he was in has what's called one-party consent. That one-party consent for recording does not include things that are explicit in nature. Like it is so far, like, trying to be very clear when I'm saying it, like, we have had. It's one of those things that I know it sounds really sketchy when I'm using that term, but like it's only resulted in good things. Because it gives people the ability to protect themselves by being able to take recordings. Okay. Give that a second to dry. We're going to go back to the anything bad you could do with it is likely criminal in nature. The law exists. Exactly. It is a really good law. I appreciate you emphasizing that, Tong, is that it's something that has been put in place as a protection mechanism for individuals, not as a something that can be manipulated for. Funnily enough, only individuals have one-party consent. Corporations do not have one-party consent in Canada. So one-party consent laws are not extended to corporations. So that's actually something else to note here, is that it's if you were a business or a corporation, you do not have one-party consent. You have to disclose that there are video surveillances on your premises or that you are recording a conversation. Yep. Yeah, that's if you've been up to date with the news, Tongs, then you'll probably know we're also at risk of losing that law. Or we are technically at risk of losing it, but as long as we have it, I'm happy. Yeah. Yeah, understandably so. There are, not but that being said, dude, not everybody's gonna be as clippable and fucking, like, as inspirational as Wob Canoe. Like Manitoba, at the end of the day, like, and I'm gonna be clear, I'm not from Manitoba. I've never lived in Manitoba, but their premier is kind of like the embodiment of what I believe our leaders should be. Wob is like not just the outlier. I think he's kind of the embodiment of what what our leaders should be. But he's also, the reason he's doing as well as he is because he's also the only leader right now that understands how to clip farm. He is really, really good at clip farming. And he's young, so he gets it, and he understands the significance of short form content. It's quite interesting. It's kind of funny how modern digital media studies are going to be playing more and more of a role, and one of my personal friends is very involved in the party at a provincial level here. It was actually quite funny. I went to his wedding, and there were a couple of the provincial ministers at his wedding, and it was just like me and some of his high school friends all got kind of put at a corner in the table because the rest of it were like important politicos there. That there's just this table of like 5 of us fucking degens that all just kind of hung out. Honestly, it's funny. Him and I have joked before that it was like the most incriminating thing about him is his friendship with me. It's like the most controversial thing they could pull up on him, and it was like, what, you mean his parents took care of me when I was younger? But yeah, it was kind of funny. I got to go to one of those weddings, and it was a lot of fun. He's a really rad guy. But the BC NDP versus the Manitoba NDP, what I find is like one of the key differences is Eby gives off smartest, and I like David Eby. I don't agree with every policy. I don't agree with all of his decisions, but overall, he's done a good job, and I find that he is looking out for the interests of the province. But he gives off smartest guy in the room vibes, and not in a good way. He comes across as that, like, he's smarter than you, and he doesn't know how to talk. He doesn't know how to talk not smart. And that's just it, man. I try to look at things from a rational perspective. I'm not going to be able to agree with everything they do, but overall,
My concern with him is that yeah, he comes across as like just
The smartest guy in the room, but not in the good way. In the like, he kind of comes across like he can't talk dumb. He can't really.
he doesn't speak to working people well.
I'm you know, I've listened to him, you know, talk about policy, and you know what's great? You know what's awesome is having a leader that explains and goes into policy. So I've been I'm looking into doing some volunteering for Avi. He is gonna struggle with the fact he's a nepo baby, and comes from a Politico family. But then again, at the same time, people seem to think that Carney was a political outsider, despite the fact that his dad was the Minister of Indian Affairs. Oh no! Wait. You mean Carney's old money? Wait. You mean Carney? The Carney name is like a 500-year-old political family going back to fucking old world England? Wait, what? Sorry. It's just that one pisses me off so much. People are like, he's a political outsider. It's like, dude, he's from a 500-year political fucking dynasty. He comes from a political dynasty.
Big banker doing big banking. Yeah. The problem is that, like, at this point, I don't even know if it's the lesser or if it's just the exact same thing, but with
I just, again, the worst part is like at the time it seemed like it was lesser of two evils. Now it's just like, did I pick whether I like the color red or blue better? That's really what it comes down to right now, is how it feels. This is hyper specific stuff.
Avi's pro-union stuff is going to help him out, and the fact that the government is currently trying to ban the right to strike. So, oh yeah, that should mention that too. Canadians might lose the right to strike. They're trying to take that away from us currently. The federal government is trying to say that the right to strike is not a real thing. Yeah, Tom, you are, yeah. How do I pin? There you go. That one you get that one. Yeah, that one gets pinned. I'm giving you 20 minutes of that pinned. Yeah, I mean, they've been using the precedent for a while, but the fact that they're now putting legislation into place to actually say that to take away the right to striking is kind of where it's getting a bit more like, uh-oh. Although I have talked, or I'm gonna, or I've written to Avi. I've not gotten a response yet, but I've written and I encourage you maybe consider doing so yourself, is to write him asking him to review the federal floor crossing policy, due to the fact that so many people are currently elected on platforms they didn't run on anyways, that it would be absolutely no different to allow them to join a party that actually represents what they were elected on. Because I know that they believe it's not, they weren't elected for this, or they weren't elected on this thing, but like right now, so many people are elected on platforms they don't agree with. Yeah, exactly. Which is why so like I wrote to him, or I wrote to the federal NDP asking them to please review their federal floor crossing policy.
What's the worst that happens? They tell me no? No one reads it? Is it election time? Dude, we're only 1 year into the election cycle, and so far they have gone super far off the rockers because they got a majority government and then decided that they were going to yeah, no, dude, Tom, don't worry about it. We're not really getting into anything that's like sensitive territory. And I think it's important that people also understand a bit of what's going on here. I like talking about Canadian history. I like talking about Canadian politics. I like talking about. I enjoy all of these things as long as we're not getting into, the touchy, like the really touchy parts. I don't want to get into policy debates overall, but like I think it's actually really important that the international audience knows that we Canadians might be losing our right to strike. And I think that they should, because people have such a strong image of us, of having great labor rights, of having such good protections here, that I find it very, very important to, yeah, we do lots of that stuff with history, lots of politics, but I try to keep the political stuff to being a bit more on the fun side than the, I'm not smart enough to have an opinion about everything, and I'm definitely not smart enough to talk, advanced politics, but there's, I think it's important to be educated and also to just it's in my opinion it's fun and interesting because people don't know. And what I actually really agree about is what you're saying there is is that, there are not a lot of, people don't often end up in large Canadian spaces online other than maybe like, I don't know, iDubbbz, and I don't want to say that he's a great representation of Canadian culture. No offense. No offense, iDubbbz. Just, I do not really believe that you are the best representation we have of our country's culture. It's nothing wrong with you as a person. Northwestern. So yeah, it's like, dude, my brother-in-law's up in Thunder Bay. And my best friend, whom I call my brother, is in also Tonklix is a great name because anybody who's worked food industry knows that specific sound, and if you click your tongs, you can get in so much trouble. Where's one restaurant where you could get written up for clicking your tongs? Eight years, still married to a chef. My wife is I'm married to a chef. I did food industry for several years. It's I feel like I'm just talking to one of the good old boys right now. Like, it's classic Canadian living. But yeah, I was just gonna say is like, so I've got my brother-in-law's up in Thunder Bay, and then I've got like another brother that lives out, or like my best friend whom I call my brother. He's out in Orleans, like St. Catharines. But I also try to explain to people, like, dude, I'm on Vancouver Island. I don't even live on the I don't even live in continental North America. Yeah, I say wife, we're not actually married. We've been engaged for a year and a half. We've been together 8, and we're mostly just trying to figure out when we're doing the wedding / how to get the money together for it. So, but that's really the only thing stopping it at this point, is that getting married is expensive. And rather than getting married, I am also sober too, hilariously. California style. Canadians in general, I'm not sure if you know about like alcoholism rates within the country, but it's actually significantly higher in Canada due to like the fact that our country as a whole has an extremely unhealthy relationship with alcohol and a romanticization with alcoholism in a way that other nations don't. Yeah. It's very it's kind of strange. But man, Tong, it is rad just having somebody who's been able to pop in and immediately just be like, hey, all that stuff Boneless is always telling you guys about, it's 100% true. Exactly. Oh man, on that note, I was just saying I was in Vegas last week, or like I was in Vegas earlier this week, and we were like, as a person who doesn't drink, Vegas is the most boring place in the world. I don't drink and I don't gamble. I did start gambling while I was down there just to have a bit of fun. I lost $50 playing slots, and then I was like, okay, well, like, slots are obviously not my thing. And I didn't do cards because I don't know how to not count cards, but I also don't know how to putting it easily. I misclicks. Tongs type so much faster than I do. Dude, Cryo is amazing. Cryo is an amazing person. I am so excited to meet him in October. Like, genuinely, I'm so excited that I get to meet him in October. Most of the, I'd say like most of the Twitch streamers are about 2 to 3 degrees of separation from each other, right? Like we all kind of know each other. And then a lot of the times we end up meeting in each other's streams. So it's a really good space for that. The yeah, slots are definitely not my thing, and when I'm gambling, I don't know how to not count cards. Or when I'm playing blackjack, it's my brain is just like I can't not try to keep track of it. Like it's just how I work. But I'm also really obvious. It's not like I'm like Mr. like subtle, just winning at the casinos. No, you can very much tell I'm doing it because I'm like sitting there being like, like wiggly, like sitting there, wiggly finger, being like, I won't lie, Bango's a rusher. So they had the one where it was like this clicky analog horse game where they all raced in a circle, and my god, it was so much fun. It was on Fremont Street, and I can't remember. I actually won money on that one. As I was saying, like I played for 3 hours, got all the way down to, with $25 or $20, sorry. Got all the way down to 25 cents, and then won my way to $40, or won my way back up to 40, and then lost, I think, 11 on my last hand and cashed out up $9. Linux, have an amazing one. Hope you have a great rest of your night. This theme. This won't lie. Oh man, it's casinos are. Canadian casinos are a lot less fun than Vegas casinos.
too. Like ours don't have good entertainment. Ours aren't all like, fun and fancy.
Ours are the kind where you go in and it's just depressed old people sitting in a dark room pulling the thing every 10 seconds. It's not fun.
Let me throw another dot of this on the nose. Okay. Also, I just realized, guys, I think this is the first year I didn't apply to work on Invincible. I think this is the first season I have not tried to apply for. I forgot. So again, if anybody in here is new, I've applied to be a junior animator on every single season of Invincible, despite the fact my illustration is not great, but I love the show. I want to get better at it, and I'd also think it'd be really cool to learn animation. So I've applied for every season other than the most recent one, because we've been doing a lot with stream. I completely forgot to apply, but I get excited when I get excited when I get my annual rejection letter. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come in really, really thin here with just the flesh tone. I'm going to pull that over all of the hair.
Hey, voila! It's not a better shit. Hands, devout hands, cringe lords, orchid umbrella, orchid bunch of eggs. Bill Burr stand-up bit is real. The songs are awesome. Yeah. The I don't watch a lot of lore tubers, but from what I heard, they're all Black Templar fans.
Sorry, I missed that one. I was like, yes, I know what that means. I know what we mean when we say that. I'm pretty sure the Adeptus Ridiculousness guys were seemed pretty chill.
Brad from Warhammer's pretty much popularized the not all Black Templars, but is always a Black Templar meme. Bricky, Adric is the main thing for Orchid 8. Bricky owns the... Oh, Bricky somebody was talking about... You're the second person to bring up Bricky today. Is Bricky the one that got their PhD in Warhammer lore? Because we were, it was right before you got here. I was actually talking about, because like we've been talking lots about how I kind of want to go back to school. And one of the things I've considered doing is trying to become a doctor of miniature painting. Because I don't know that there is yet. I heard about it in the news. One person got there's one person who has their PhD in Warhammer lore. But I mean, how would that be any different than becoming a doctor of Tolkien, right? And there we go. Highlight the nipple. Make sure it is Froggy PhD, but she's a painter gamer. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up because it made like world news. But it's what gave me the idea that I could probably become a doctor of mini painting. Just get that bit on the cheek. Wonder what the thesis was. GW sucks. I'm not sure what the thesis was. Flip eggs, pay bills. Nice. Nothing wrong with flipping eggs. Breakfast cooking is the way, man. It's less stress. If you're still gonna cook these days, what's the point in not doing breakfast? You're not gonna unless you're in the like you're Thunder Bay, man. If you're Northern Ontario, you're not gonna get to cook real food. It's not like you're gonna be in. It's not like you're in downtown Montreal. Like, but like if you're gonna be a chef or something like that, you want to be like really like creating those types of things. You go to Montreal, you go to Toronto, you go to Vancouver. Otherwise, cook breakfast, man. It's where the money is. Dude, I breakfast cooking is where the money is. You get the best shifts. Usually, you get better pay, and it's the lowest stress cooking job you can do. Yeah, see, that's a good way to be. Unfortunately, I kind of am the reverse. I kind of live to work because my job doesn't pay very much, but I love what I do, and it's pretty much all consuming for me. And there we go. It's funny, just being out for 1 week, I'm noticing my brush control is
Not feeling great today. But it's also kind of funny because, like, my cooking background, I think, really does impact how I feel about a lot of things in my life and in miniature painting. Because, like, for example, a lot of you might not know this, but it really is part of why I, if you didn't know, why I dislike paint markers so much is because no, so in cooking, when you start, one of the first things you're ever going to do when you're working in a commercial kitchen is they're going to give you a house knife, they're going to give you a cutting board, and they're going to give you either 20 pounds of onions that need to be minced, or 5 pounds of garlic that needs to be minced, or it's going to be fucking 20 pounds of bacon ends that needs. They're going to give you something really shitty that you can't do incorrectly, and you're going to literally sit there and chop for probably 2 hours straight until they can just make sure you're holding your knife correctly. But that you're only doing work like that in kitchens until they can see that you can hold your tools correctly. And in cooking, you do a lot of really intense drilling early in your career to ensure that you develop good skills and to ensure that you develop good habits. It's no different than having your mise en place. So when that happens, you end up getting better and better and better, faster and faster and faster with your knife. Paint markers do not teach you the brush dexterity and the movements that you need to learn high-end painting and to get into display painting. You don't learn the movements. You don't learn how to hold the brush. You don't learn a lot of the skills that you need to develop. So I find them to be a crutch that you can't bring with you. It's a tool that doesn't continue into the arsenal. That's not saying speed paint and contrast won't have a place for you in your kit later on. Just that method of application is not going to be something long term. And you're better off learning how to develop the time and get faster with your brush, because at the end of the day, using your brush is faster. Bring the fucking ruckus. And he's drying for the time being. And then I also need to just quickly find... There it is. Procryl Bold Titanium White. Tiny, tiny, tiny touch of this in a couple of spots. We're coming in to do some dot highlights now, people. There's artistic elements to the work, but in most cases, it's just labor and time management. Yep. Labor, time management, but it is very much about how to use your tools. And the better you are at using your tools, the better you can manage your time. For example, Tong, what's faster? Spraying your knife with sanitizer or needing to change knives? Every cook knows the only knife you ever actually end up using in your knife roll is your 8-inch chef's knife or your Santoku. It depends if you prefer to chop or rock. So if you like a chopping motion, you use a Santoku, and if you like a rocking motion, you use a chef's knife. So, but everyone knows it's like there's only one knife in your kit you're actually going to use. And if you have to swap to paring knives, if you have to change your knives, if you need your deboning knife and your filleting knife to do all those things, if you can't just do them with your 8-inch chef's knife, you will lose so much time in the day. Just a good old-fashioned Victorinox 8. $75 a pop from House of Knives. Good old fashioned Swiss steel. Okay, I'm coming in and doing some dot highlights really quickly. There's some areas that are extra, extra, extra bright.
And like wood handles, so I paid 140 for mine.
Ooh. Wood handles are nice because they don't transfer heat. And they provide a really nice texture for your hand to grip when it's wet. So there's a nice safety element for that as well. I have just I have an 8-inch Wüsthof that I use for everything. Excellent. And for those of you again that are new, this will be the only last weekend, or sorry, for those of you that have been here for a while, this last weekend was the only bit of weirdness over probably for the summer. We've got 2 other days we will be taking off at the end of the month for a concert, or for some concerts, because it is one of my favorite festivals. But then beyond that, no days off for the rest of the, or we will be doing regular streams for the rest of summer. So have no fear when you're hiding from the sun, when it's too warm out, and you just want to sit in your AC and play with your toys. Boneless has your back. Land of the free.
I've used a Wüsthof,
But I've heard great things. Good German steel, quite heavy. It's not folded. It's good old fashioned German Rhine. It's German Rhine ice hardened. So no folded. It's quite heavy, but has a little bit of softness to it that you're not going to find in like a. Or it has a nice little tiny bit of softness to it that you're not going to find in like your stupid fucking Shuns. Shuns explode. Yeah, but they like I like them. I'd rather have that needing to be Shuns break way too easy, and they're really not worth the quality. I've never seen one do anything that I exactly. They're too fragile for commercial use. Exactly. Too fragile for commercial use. Victorinox. Fusion. You want German steel or European steel. You don't want Japanese steel for commercial. If you are an extremely high-end home cook, absolutely.
There we go. This guy's fun. Definitely looking good. You know, I think he's missing that kind of pizzazz. Yeah. I think what he is going to need is a little bit of rust. We'll bring a bit of an orangey tone in on some of these metals. And then I know what I'm doing after that. Okay. I'm going to then grab a touch of orange. We're going to do a little bit of weathering. And then I'm going to finish off about 3. We're going to be done at about 3 o'clock. And then I'm going to do one little airbrush thing after stream, I think. Or I might do an airbrush OSL really fast after stream. Add 21. Ooh. Yeah, man's a sword guy. Again, you can just apply, remove, apply, remove as see fits. Okay, that's looking way better. Welcome in, Nemesis. Hope you're having an excellent day so far. And I'm going to do one more of that down around the foots. Bring again, a bit of that orange in, give me a bit of that contrast. Just gives me something to. And got a painted orc for the warm. Ooh, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Okay, that looks way better with the softened metal. Might have to change the focus on the camera really quickly to show things off. While that's going on, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use a bit of the Pterodon turquoise. Ooh, take a look at that right now. Yo, that looks fucking awesome, dude. I love painting orcs. It looks fucking tight. There's something about painting green skin that is... I mean, look, man, I'm always going to be partial to orcs. Fun fact, when I was talking about how I always get tattoos on, you know, what the... let me check. Should be a dancing sexy hot dog. 1 second, man. I will take a look into that. I will investigate that for you a bit. I'm going to use a bit of Pterodon turquoise, as you can see really quickly here. I'm pulling it into these areas kind of between where we've done all the highlights. So that way this area is going to go dark. And that's going to help us get a bit of a pulsating energy effect. Like such. I landed, found it. Oh, you get to see all the fun pictures then, man. I post dumb shit in general chat quite a bit. I was using it as a little, because I wasn't on Twitch. I thought it would be fun for all you guys to get some like vacation updates here and there. So while I was traveling, I was posting pictures. Okay. For a few final highlights on some stuff here, or sorry, a few final shadows into a few areas. It's not a job. It's an adventure. Smell the burning flesh upon the hilltops. Ooh. Yeah, man, I'm the same way. I think if I'm not either modding for you or watching like your stream several times a week, I can't keep tabs of all of them. It's like every streamer has a Discord, so as well, guys, like if you're in a bunch of them, don't feel obligated to be there. Everyone and their cat has a Discord server. All right, I'm gonna come in with pure white now.
I was gonna say actually one of my favorite pictures from the Vegas trip has to be when we were like did the one photo where like, what if we kissed under the giant sign that said all day strippers? Exactly. So I try to keep myself in a position where it's just with the people I'm communicating with on a fairly regular basis. I've been added to a couple like creator group ones, and they always devolve into drama way too fast.
All right, we're working up those nice energy coils. And there we go.
Final couple touches of white on this over here. And one more on this side. And then it is 2:40. So in about 10 minutes here, we're going to go figure out who we're going to raid into. Go see who is live. And then I am going to get myself some lunch or breakfast because it's, yeah. But I have food ready. So I am going to raid out about 10 minutes here.
Because we've gotten this Ogryn looking pretty fun. I'm taking my time with them.
We're not really rushing them. Okay.
Slam. Damn, no scream like Tarzan. I'll be tossing and Boston. My style is awesome. And the survey said, you're dead. Got a few. Ginger's pulling a 24-hour stream. When's he doing that?
Ginger and I talked about doing a 24 together recently.
Now, in like 2 hours?
Cocksucker.
Near 3? He's 2 hours in?
Oh, him and I talked about doing a 24-hour together recently. All right, we'll go see Ginger then. Because you're modding over there too, so that will probably just make your day a little bit easier. Because that's where you're going to end up afterwards. So yeah, we'll go see Ginge.
Oh, very nice to make yours, Tongs. We're gonna go take it in to see another great Canadian miniature painter who is just a pretty much the living embodiment of like, yeah, he's the living embodiment of a fucking hoser. You're gonna love him. You're gonna have a great time here. But yeah, we're gonna go see another Canadian streamer here. And that's actually not dry enough for me to proceed right now on that bit. Let's see if it works on this side. It ain't safe no more. Peace. He's good shit. Yeah, we'll go see Jinch here. Actually, that's just a good segue then, because we've been going for a while. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So let's go pop over. We'll say hello, because it's 15 minutes to 3 o'clock. Got that model looking pretty good, and that gives me a chance to kind of sit down and hang out for a couple minutes while we do the raid out. So let's go see my boy Ginge. I could also just like surprise him and just like knock in too. I'm not going to do that. We'll just raid instead. All right. Let's go see my boy Ginger Beef. Hope you all have an amazing rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow, same time, and we will be painting models. Great day, everybody. Let's go see Ginge.